Okay, I currently have a new mic, so is it working? Yes, it is. Welcome, creatures of all ages. And, alright, background music is going. Okay, so, or is it? No, it isn't. Application audio capture. Browser audio, right. Alright. So yeah, this is my Civ 3 stream of or the part 2 of my Civ 3 stream about taking you through the history of India from start to finish. And today we are going into probably the most emotionally charged and the most the most emotionally charged one and the most and one of the most historically detailed parts of India, which is the late modern, late medieval, early modern period up to the British conquest. You will clearly see my bias into what parts I found most interesting based on what emphasis I put into it, and it is going to be splendid. The reason I have not actually been streaming much over the past few weeks is because I've been doing an enormous amount of research on this. I've been doing this much research largely because, what's the word? Yeah, I've been doing this much research largely because, I don't always trust Wikipedia. Wikipedia is pretty accurate because the people who edit it generally get reliable sources. However, I always have to double check to make absolutely sure that the sources they get from aren't some shady video, shady website or nationalist charged encyclopedia. So I generally prefer to use either established books or Google Scholar articles. So so it took a long time to get all the information I need, but yeah, here we are. Let me just come on.
So fill up the circle.
Nope.
Then you get it out.
Whenever I try to turn on a game, there's always this bizarre shift in my second in the things on my second monitor. In the windows on my second monitor, the shift rightward. So
apple tree fire rate.
Let's
get another walking
shift
tunnel.
everything to the side and see if this works. And
let's save it. Oh, I can gallop.
And perfect. Let's go.
I could straight up gallop.
Huh? Nope, that's not working either. Oh boy. Scuff is love, scuff is life. Okay, so you know what? It's fine. Okay, let's try again.
That explains why I was so slow in the beginning. Because you're meant to be slow.
Okay, let's go. Is the application audio working? Huh? Let's see. No, it isn't. Civ 3.
Fill up some more.
Okay, it's working. Let's go. So, a bit of a recap.
More treat, more treat, more treat. Okay.
Wait a minute.
Boost trees attack.
Holy crap, I just realized Kara's stream was going on in the background the whole time. That's funny, but you know what? Um, it's kind of dumb. I completely forgot that the browser audio thing on OBS doesn't actually, what's the word? Doesn't actually discriminate between frames. So, you know what? That's how it is when you start off as a streamer. Just, things just don't work always, but you know what? That's how it's gonna be. That's how it's gotta be sometimes, that it just do be like that. Anyway, so, like, as a recap, I will just go over what happened in the previous stream. So, a recap. First, we went over the Indus Valley civilization, from 3300 BC to 1300 BC. It was an ethnically diverse. It was an ethnically diverse and peace-loving society with humble rulers and cities with advanced infrastructure. Craftsman was well known throughout the Middle East, and the cities may eventually have just been abandoned due to a persistent drought. They weren't actually destroyed by any invasions. After that were the Aryan migrations in the early Vedic period. People from the Pontic Caspian steppes came south, bringing with them chariots. Around this time, ironworking was discovered, though whether the northern Vedic peoples or the southern Dravidians first discovered it is unknown. The Sanskrit language originally had no script, but was eventually translated into the Brahmi script from the late first millennium BC, a script that may have been descended from the Phoenician alphabet. In the early Vedic religion, the most important god was not actually Vishnu or Shiva; it was Mitra Varuna, but this pair of gods eventually faded out and made way for Vishnu and Shiva. Although Shiva may actually have preceded worship of Shiva or something similar may actually have preceded the what is it? Yeah, may actually have preceded the Aryan migrations. Might have actually been worshipped by older tribes and older civilizations, considering that in pre-Indo-European sites, Shiva lingas have been found. Then we have the late Vedic and classical period. Around the same time, the 6th century or so, BC or so, around the same time, in the 6th century BC, the rituals of the Vedas began to compete with a more philosophical and mystical approach to religion, often referred to as Shramana, mainly seen in the form of Jainism, Buddhism, and Hinduism from the Upanishads, with popular concepts such as Dharma or Dhamma and Karma arising. At the same time, in the 3rd century BC, the first subcontinent-wide empire would arise, the Mauryan Empire. And let's see if I can bring out a out of something of the Mauryan Empire. Let's see, where is it? India Stream 2 folder. Alright, here we have the Mauryan Empire. As you can see, it covered almost everything except for the southern areas, which were still being controlled by the very early Chola and Pandya societies, which I will go into later. And then Chandragupta Maurya overthrew the Nanda Empire in North India, and seized a large amount of the Greek Seleucid Empire's territory all the way to South Afghanistan. And the conquest of most of India would be completed by his grandson, Ashoka, who in a bloody warpath conquered the kingdom of Kalinga, the carnage of which filled him with remorse and moved him to devote himself to Buddhist ethical leadership and nonviolence. And Buddhism would become a continent-wide phenomenon under him, with missionaries bringing it all over Asia. From here until the first millennium AD there would be two more large empires, the Gupta and Chola empires. So, first of all, anyways, let's talk about the game itself. Okay, so first of all, we need to actually start building a navy now that we've conquered. Now that we've conquered. Okay, first of all, I want to rename my cities. How do I do that? How do I rename my cities? Okay, let's rename all rename all the American cities I have conquered. Yes, last stream I conquered as India. I conquered America, just like we're doing in real life. Okay, so Detroit. Let's call it Dacoit. Dacoit is a name for Indian thugs and gangsters. Let's call it Dakrit. That's New Bangalore. Let's call Dhaka, Hyderabad, Calcutta. Okay, let's call Washington. Let's call Washington Vasudevan. Vasudeva is another name for Vishnu. Let's call Philadelphia Pindalpi. Let's call Boston Bastastan. And let's call San Francisco Satafisca. I don't know. I don't know. That sounds vaguely Indian. Oh yeah, Atlanta. Let's call Atlanta. What would be an Indian name for Atlanta? Napur. And there you have it. And there you have it. One big India. Yep, one big India. Alright, there we have it. Now, we need to actually start building a navy. So, I am going to build a galley. No, so we can contact whoever this is in distant. So I'm going to let you in on a little secret. I have cheated a little. I have cheated in the fact that I have looked at the other civilizations on this map. No, I mean not the maps themselves. I've looked at exactly who I'm competing with, and from the looks of it, I probably can't win through a culture victory. But my score is only second to one other faction. That faction being Egypt. Egypt is currently beating me in score. So, in order to win, I have to. Like I said, probably not going to win a culture victory. So, in order to win, I need to conquer more. I need to go on a rampage. So we're going to get to know whoever's in the north, and then we are going to kick their asses. So Let me see. What tech level are we at? Oh yeah, we were supposed to start with education. Alright. So... let's see... Okay, so I'm gonna go over the other empires I skipped over in the last in the last stream. The first of these is the Gupta Empire. The Gupta Empire is often referred to as the Golden Age of India. It was from the 3rd to 6th centuries AD. It originated with the conquests of the king Chandragupta I, who ascended to the throne of Magadha in around what is it? Modern Bihar, I think, I forget, in 320 AD, and was continued by his son Samudragupta the Great. And let me get out an image of the empire. There we have it. So as you can see, more than half of India was incorporated into the empire, with the rest being under the influence. But they later disintegrated with the invasions from the Huns. During this time, the arts and sciences also flourished, and there were great advances in mathematics. In the late and 5th and early 6th centuries, there was a mathematician named Aryabhata, who described the relativity of motion, who very early on described the relativity of motion, suggested a very early form of the decimal, as in 10-based number system. Compare this to the 5-based number system in Latin. And he even estimated pi to 4 decimal places. Now, unlike the Buddhist Mauryan empires after Ashoka, the Gupta emperors were devout Hindus. Although Buddhism and Jainism continued, Brahmanical Hinduism became the cornerstone of society, shown by the solidification of the caste system and the supremacy of the Brahmin caste. The system of endogamy associated with the caste system began at this time. As in the idea of people only marrying within their caste. Meanwhile, Indian social structure became stratified in a way similar to feudalism, albeit with hereditary officials rather than feudal warrior lords. They even had their own labor tax called Vishti, akin to the corvée in Europe. Trade continued with the Roman Empire, but something actually happened that seriously weakened a big part of the Indian economy in the 6th century. That being the Roman acquisition of silkworms. Before that, one of the most important exports of India to the Roman Empire was silk. But eventually, the Romans figured out how to make their own silk, and that was that. They were also very good at metallurgy. I'm not sure if you saw one of my videos, but there was an iron pillar in the Qutb, a mysterious iron pillar in the Qutb Minar. Let me see if I can find it. Iron pillar. Wait, hold on. Does this have my face in it? Let me see. No, it doesn't. All right. I was worried that I might have accidentally doxed myself. All right, here it is. The mysterious iron pillar built by by King Chandragupta in the Gupta Empire. It was mysterious Chandragupta II. Chandragupta II, not Chandragupta I. It is mysteriously resistant to corrosion. Even after all this time, it hasn't rusted to pieces, suggesting the Guptas had a mastery over metallurgy unique to India. I should probably start colonizing these areas after a large amount of testing out these what is it? After a large amount of testing, okay, let's build some settlers. Settle this area to harvest its bananas and its fish and its banana fish. I think that's the name of an anime. So let's see. We're building the Forbidden Palace here. We're building a pikeman over here. Do I really need a Colosseum here? Considering it's not growing? No, I will build a war elephant. Over here, I don't need wealth. I don't think it'll be super important. So let's build walls to protect ourselves against further barbarian invasions. And they might always just randomly spawn here in this area. No, I think I'll be fine. Let's build a pikeman. Cathedral being built here. Probably do need that. Courthouse being built here. I don't really need that. I'll switch to cathedral. Harbor is being built over here. Aqueduct over here. This little island in the frigid south is being colonized. That's good. Aqueduct. Okay, I'm building the Knights Templar over here, and my city of Delhi is building. What? Let me see what I have here. I've built the pyramids. I built the Great Library. I built the Sistine Chapel and the Heroic Epic. Perfect. I don't really need a courthouse over here. Let's build a medieval infantry. I want to seriously start building my military. Also, how much money am I? I do not have a lot of money. All right. You know what? We'll steal some. We'll just get some from these guys up here. Alright, let's go meet the purple people. Okay, I don't know who those are, but if I'm not careful, if I'm not careful, my galley could be destroyed in deeper waters. So, let's build a temple right here, just for later. Alright, we have an aqueduct, that's good. Let's build a... how about a... marketplace for the extra cash. Alright, my army in Mumbai is, Bombay, because that's what it's called in this, as the old name, is growing. Very good. So, I have a decent number of pikemen. Let's build a medieval infantry. Alright, King Ragnar Lodbrok of Scandinavia, the Vikings. Alright, let's get to know him. Well, that's pretty useless. They don't have anything they can offer us. Uh-huh. Compared to them, we have a very strong military. Let's get closer to them. Let's build an embassy. They have only one. Huh. They actually have only... They're basically a tribal group. They have only one island. Huh. Okay, should we destroy them right away? Okay. Unfortunately, I cannot destroy them just yet because if I load too many, if I load too many galleys onto my, if I load too many galleys into deep water, then then some of my entire armies might be destroyed. So I will hold off from that for now. In that case, I can't actually start expanding my borders right away, so I do actually need to prioritize wealth instead of... So let's build a courthouse right here. Let's get a wealth for now, and we'll take things as they come. Yeah, we'll take things as they come. This place probably isn't going to grow very fast, so... Oh no, wait, I actually can cross right away. Okay, yeah, let's build some more galleys. Carry a force of maybe like 6 people over. You know what, Columbus, unfortunately, like I said, I do need to start conquering, so we can be like Columbus, who just arbitrarily, who just attracted, who attacked, his enemies purely for the purpose of making money. Who attacked the Taino people purely for the purpose of making money. I can't build. Can I actually load these guys into an entire into a galley? Let's find out. Alright, let's send my elephant over here. And let's send my medieval infantry over here as well. Let's send this elephant over here. And let's send another pikeman. Okay. Alright, we have built the Forbidden Palace, and we have already gotten a boost in gold due to the less corruption. Perfect. What should we build next? How about a marketplace? I need more gold for my Oh no, that's a big boost, alright. Let's build an aqueduct here. let's build a war elephant right here. Oh yeah, the reduction in corruption is like rapidly improved my. The reducer in corruption has rapidly sped up production. Perfect. Okay. Let's build a medieval infantry. Let's build a mine here. Yeah, let's Alright, good start all around. Alright, we have built a courthouse right here, which for some reason has not actually improved corruption like that much, reduced corruption like that much. Anyways, let's build a marketplace, more money. Let's see, can I load them in? No, I cannot. Alright, I am going to move this medieval infantry over here in, and I'm going to move my army right here. Not much else to say. Alright, let's talk about the Chola Empire. So, the Chola Empire, let me get that out. Right here. Okay, this is going to take some time to shrink down. Alright, there we have it. The Chola Empire, the colors are not that great, but the darker teal you see is their empire going up to, getting close to Bengal. But the lighter, and the lighter color is the places they had influence over. So, the Chola Empire originated in Tamil Nadu in the south in the 9th century, and under Rajendra Chola in the 11th century AD, extended up to Bengal and had influence over Malaysia and Indonesia. Rajendra, the greatest king, Rajendra I, received a golden chariot from the Khmer king of Cambodia, and he and his son may have launched a naval expedition against the kingdom of Srivijaya and in Sumatra to curb their imperial ambitions over the neighboring islands and the Khmer. Still, regarding Southeast Asia, the Cholas were generally more interested in trade than conquest. One thing to note about the Cholas is that in traditional Indian culture, especially in the north, oh yeah, I need to actually connect iron to this. I need to connect iron to make it into a trade resource. I'll do that quickly. No, probably not. I don't have anyone to trade with. Okay. Let's build a temple. So far, so good. Who else is moving northwards? Alright. So one thing to note about very Orthodox Hindus, especially in the north, is that they did not believe, they had a superstition that going across the seas, doing sea travel, was impure. The reason being that, what should we build here? Let's build a marketplace. The reason being that that if you went across the seas or went to a mostly non-Hindu place, you were shirking on your duty. A big part of Hinduism traditionally has been dharma, duty to your culture, to your kingdom, and to your caste. And if you left, you were abandoning your family and your friends. So, so because of that, going overseas was considered unclean. However, the Chola did not follow this rule. Yeah, the Cholas did not follow this rule. They said, that's between us and God. So, that's between us and God. Until next, we'll keep doing what we need to in order to make our kingdom rich. So, like the Guptas, speaking of religion, like the Guptas, the Cholas were Hindu, but they followed the Bhakti tradition of devotion to Vishnu and Shiva, and contrasted to the ritual Brahmanism of the north. The Cholas used religion to give themselves legitimacy, as shown by the fact that many Hindu temples in the south are named after kings. Either way, later on, due to weak rulers, the empire disintegrated into the 13th century when they were defeated by the neighboring dynasty, the Pandyas. Need to build a harbor here. Let's hurry. No, I don't have enough money to regularly hurry stuff. Okay. Need to build a harbor here too. If I build a temple here, I can build whales. I can harvest the whales. That should be cool. Might want to build a city here after I got my harbor, or so I can once again I can harvest the whales. And let's see. Let's build a city around here, near the river. Okay, let's go. We have... Let's gather over here. So let's build a marketplace again. Need more money. Alright, now we should be able to harvest the whales soon, so let's build a harbor to increase the food we get from the whales and the other sea tiles. Is there anything else I can build in Madras? No, I don't think we need a courthouse. We are on our way to whip some ass. And by whip some ass, I mean bully some poor Germanic natives. I mean, hey, I don't make the rules of this game. So, should we build a cathedral? I don't think we really need one, considering that, well, we don't need a cathedral, considering this place isn't really going to be, this place isn't going to be, growing, so let's build a war elephant, just keep them occupied. I feel kind of cheeky. Let's go destroy this barbarian an outpost. So cross the mountains like Hannibal. New Karachi. All right. Okay. I need to deal with these guys eventually. Yeah, I kind of do want these guys gone as soon as I can, but it's not worth upgrading a horseman for. All right, let's build. This is fine. This place was just basically a cash grab for the gold. Maybe I will build a city here after all, just once again as a cash grab to get some quick gold. Okay, next was the Vijayanagara Empire. Not much to say about this. There's not that much information about them online. Here you go. The Vijayanagara Empire started a short time after the fall of the Chola Empire and gradually went on to take over most of South India from their capital with the same name over here in the center. Unlike the Cholas, they clashed with Muslim powers, especially in particular the Bahmani Sultanate in the north. Gradually, they expanded to control most of South India. The height of the Vijayanagara's power was probably in the early 1500s under Emperor Krishnadevara, and 4 decades later, though, in 1565, the tide turned against them. The empire had avoided aggression from various Deccan sultanates, meaning in Maharashtra, by playing them off against one another. But eventually, they united against them, and in one fell swoop, Ramaraja of Vijayanagara was killed, and the city was burned. The new empire would continue to hold out on a smaller scale from a new capital in Penuganda until they disintegrated in the 17th century. So, yeah. Alright. We have a cathedral right here. I have a harbor, so I should be able to grow some more. So let's build an aqueduct. Excellent. The last of the last of the Yayoi, meaning the Bronze Age people of Japan, defeated. All right. Alright, we have an elite horseman, I guess, and if we upgrade him to being a war elephant, then he'll stay elite. Very nice. Alright, education. I'm going to quickly finish talking about... First of all, we're going to be talking a lot about the Mughal Empire this stream. For context, Babur, the founder of the Mughal dynasty, was a guy named Babur. He was a descendant of both Genghis Khan and Timur, and was born in the area that would be modern Uzbekistan, now controlled by the Timurids. He lost his original home capital of Samarkand, meaning he was driven out and his city was conquered by a group of people known as the Shaibanids. But instead of just seeking refuge elsewhere and living quietly, he took what's left of his army and conquered the Delhi Sultanate in India with the power of Central Asian gunpowder or guns. Which began a new Muslim empire there. This arrival of Turkic peoples is... I don't know if the name Khan started to become popular across India after the Mughal invasion or earlier when the Ghurids arrived. Because Khan is a pretty popular name again amongst... it isn't just a Mongol name, it's also a Turkic name. Either way, this all happened in the early 1500s, with the conquest of Delhi being completed in 1526. Let's get music theory. So, there were two major systems of education in India. Brahmanical and Buddhist. So, the Brahmanical, meaning Vedic instruction, was religious in nature, meaning it was meant to orally transmit religious texts. In the Rig Vedic period, schools were small and centered around a single guru or rishi, and women were allowed to study as well. It was the very early stages, which meant that, of civilization, which meant that it was more, generous and more liberal regarding women. Scholarly pursuits continued into the later Vedic period, and higher scholarship expanded to circles of debate both in educational spheres and royal courts, meaning it was no longer just about teaching and religion, it was also about philosophical debates. And at this time, the Varna system began to consolidate, and education became mostly reserved for Brahmins, Kshatriyas, and women gradually being excluded from study. Ruling and administrating in castes, although of course this is like one source, and yes, it was mostly reserved, but for Brahmins, but Indians were still some of the most educated. Indians, for a long period of history, were still some of the most educated people in the world, especially Muslims who didn't really worry about the caste system. Either way, ruling and administrating castes also had periods of education, meaning the Kshatriyas, but they were shorter and focused more on religion and philosophy, but also political science and economics. Basically, the Brahmins were taught to be good priests and scholars, while the kings and nobles were thought to be better rulers. Meanwhile, there was Buddhist education, which was more secular in nation, but also more egalitarian. Okay, let's build a library here. Alright, let's start building. What is it? I do want to build a temple. This might be useful in the future. Wait, do I want to build a temple or do I want to build something else? No, yeah, yes, I definitely do. Civil disorder in... Huh, why can't I have... Oh, I see. See, the trade path is being blocked. I need to get rid of this galley. Huh, no, that's not the issue. Why is Chittagong not being connected via this harbor? Luxuries and strategic resources to be traded to other harbors. Why not? What is going on? That's strange. I'll rough it. I'll rough it. I'll just connect it by road. Okay. Where should we build universities? Definitely over here. Definitely in the capital, in Delhi. Do we need a university here? No, we don't. This is busy building the Knights Templar. Let's build one in Mumbai. Let's build... No, don't need that. Don't need it there. In Bangalore, this seems like a good spot. No, too much corruption here. We definitely want... a lot of small cities. Maybe we should switch to feudalism. We'll see. We'll see once I've spread. If that's how it is. Once I spread enough. Once I build enough aqueducts. So. Who's... Alright, let's harvest this area. Let's harvest these bananas. Let's go. This is the first time I've ever seen a civilization just being dropped on an isolated island. Like a mean civilization, not barbarians. Time to die. Sorry. Colosseum, Aqueduct. Yeah, let's build an aqueduct. I'll be needing it later. The Sumnu. I forget. I think that's a Turkic people. Yeah, this is basically the Indian equivalent of Columbus. Columbus finding a peace-loving, group of natives who just want to be friends and destroying them. But you know what? I don't make the rules of this game. Like I said. So... Alright, civil disorder in Hyderabad. I will be needing a temple here eventually. They're putting up a good fight. Oh, Golden Age! Alright. We are in the money. Okay, after that, let's talk about medieval education, medieval India. So, in medieval India, we saw the introduction of Islam and the madrasa system. In some areas, Hindu learning became increasingly centered around religion, the Sanskrit language, and was left of the authority of Brahmins. In others, education was open to all castes, including the learning of Sanskrit. But Hindu education continued, but Buddhism was not so lucky. Buddhist universities and libraries were destroyed en masse by invading Muslims, and learning the religion almost ceased to exist. Meanwhile, Muslim madrasas were mainly theological in nature, but had many secular pursuits as subsidiary objects. As I mentioned in the previous stream, the study and recording of history was emphasized much more after the Muslim conquests. Education became even more important and patronized after the arrival of the Mughals, who allowed Hindus to stay at madrasas and supported the translation of who allowed Hindus to study at madrasas and supported the translation of Hindu texts into Persian. So, anyways, we will talk about music theory next and listen to a few videos. Alright, let's see. Let's build a temple. Now that we have a harbor. Let's build a courthouse. Alright, okay, it was the barbarians, alright. It was the pirates. The pirates were blocking off trade. Alright, my elephants are just tearing down the gates. Damn. These natives are putting up a very good fight. How many of them are there? Screw it, I'm just gonna throw bodies at the wall. Ow. Okay, I will have to build another army then, because I want this land. Alright, let's get some more of that incense. Oh, he's coming out, alright. Oh, crap. Okay, my army was destroyed, but you know what? There's plenty more where that came from. Stretching. Stretching. Alright, now let's build a university. Alright, let's get a library just for the hell of it. Let's build a courthouse while I can. Okay. Okay, set sail. And what should we do next? How about... I do want to go and develop this area a bit more. Let's see. We have a courthouse. Okay, let's also go over here and start building a banana farm. Music theory. First, let me destroy destroy the people of this island. I'm guessing it's Iceland, since it's like a tiny group of Norse people who don't fight. Let's get invention. Hold on. Let's build J.S. Bach's Cathedral here. In Mumbai, which is basically at this point the real capital. All right. Damn, no, Icelanders got hands. Alright, the Knights Templar has been built. Now let's build a university. We have a temple, so that's good. Let's build a pikeman to fill out the military police. Dhaka, who are the people who currently have specialists? There's Dhaka. Okay, they'll soon be getting a temple. There's New Bombay. I can't lose my... Okay, I cannot lose my elephants this time. Not this early. Alright. Who is left? Okay, only one guy left. I got this. Just drown these idiots in bodies. I really shouldn't be just throwing my pikemen at them. For anyone who doesn't know, pikemen are what is it? Defensive troops, so they're not very good at assaulting cities. But you know what? I just want to get this over with. Let's build a. Do we really need a harbor? No. Let's build a library. Alright, we have a university, that's good. Let's build a war elephant. Alright, we've gotten rid of all their spearmen, now we just need to get rid of their archers. Kill them! Kill them! Teach them the strength of India's 1.5 billion people, or 1.2 billion people. All right. We have built a courthouse here, which has done fuck all. Let's build an aqueduct. And let's build a courthouse. Yeah, so much freaking corruption. Elephant, absolute elephant rampage. No, you know what? I don't need a pikeman. I need galleys. I need a stronger navy. All right, we have an aqueduct right here. So Let's build a library. Alright, Trondheim has been captured. Let's quickly build a temple to cement our rule. What did I even destroy them for? All I got out of that was tobacco. No, it's important. I need a port. I need an island port. Let's build medieval infantry. Huh. Still barbarians over there, alright. Build a courthouse. Okay, now finally we can talk about music theory. Now that I've killed those idiot Icelanders. So let's talk about music theory. So North Indian music theory is a bit difficult to explain in words, but there are a few important figures about it. First of all, it is monodic, meaning it is usually has a central melody with an accompaniment. The main melody in instrumental music is often played with a string instrument such as a sitar, or sometimes a wind instrument like a bamboo flute, like a basri or bamboo flute. Let me get out some pictures. So instruments. We have a sitar right here. Everyone knows this sound. Then let's get out a... when the vocals are included, in that case, an instrument can play a secondary melody. It's often done with a sarangi or harmonium. This is over here is a sarangi, also stringed instrument. Finally, a common feature of Indian classical music is an unchanging drone, like often played with a lute like a tambura. And so I will let's get out a video. Where is it? Huh? Okay, I think it's a little confused. There are multiple Brave frames, so I will just close one of them. Okay. Browser. Browser source. Can I get... Let me check. Window match priority. There we go. All right. Let's go.
So, are they also playing the rags that you showed me earlier?
So the rhythm element isn't rag, it's called tal.
Tal.
Yeah, and so tal is like a rhythmic cycle in Hindustani music, similar to a group of measures or a single measure in Western classical music. And each one, just like rag, also have these beautiful sound profiles. You know, there are lower beats, there are higher beats, there are beats that are a little more sharp, beats that are a little kind of more open. And so just in the same way that rag is very poetic, tal is also very poetic.
Interesting. So can you show me a tal?
Yes, but before that, I just want to show you what makes the tal, the syllables of tabla. If I say na, if I say tun, if I say te te, ke, then both hand dha, dhati dha, dhati dha gena dha, gena dhati dha gena dha, dhati dha gena dha.
Yeah, there's... That takes... learning this kind of stuff
So
must take a lot of
the
time.
way you to talk,
Music is something that
So you can
requires a
express
lot of
with this
coordination.
language because every
It's not something you can just do
tal has
casually.
a language which fits in to the rhythmic cycle, which is 7 beats or 10 beats or 16 beats. For example, this composition. Dole re jo bana mad ma, that's the one. So he can count the one, and I can show you how I play the composition and come back to the one, right?
Starting 14, 15, 16, 1.
It's stunning to me how vocal
It
a
is.
percussion instrument can
That's
be.
Yes.
basically how it is.
Just like you were
It's
saying
not
about
unique to
singing.
India. I
It's-
mean, remember how one of the most important... Hold on. I think my YouTube studio model stopped. No, it's working. Raimondo, thank you so much for coming. You missed the recap. You missed the recap and me talking about the Gupta, Chola, and Vijayanagara empires. Right now we're learning about Indian classical music. So I was just talking about how there's like a only vocal and syllable like component to percussions. That's the video was saying, and I was just pointing out that this isn't actually unique to Indian music. The African music traditionally has had like a vocal component to drums. This is why the playing of drums was actually forbidden among slaves in America. Because the slave owners feared that they were sending signals to organize slave revolts.
Say Indian classical music is totally based on vocal music, whether it be a melodic instrument, whether it be the voice, or whether it be the tabla, a percussion instrument. So,
All right? Hold on.
It's
What's her
amazing
name?
to me how easy it is for you
Rina
to
Ismail. I
do
see.
that with your left hand
Yes.
that you do with your vocal cords. That's very impressive.
Thank you.
You want to teach me?
Sure.
Maybe easier ones.
Easy ones.
Yeah, easy ones. That's too hard. Next lesson. I gotta study.
Yes.
Can we hear a real piece?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, it's easy to take this kind of music for granted because you just keep on hearing it in Bollywood and other Indian pieces and media, but it's just so intricate. And there's just a level of intricacy to it that it's just I just could not imagine doing this myself, especially the drums or the violin. I even struggle with, like, I play the piano a bit and I struggle with it because I find it very difficult to focus and stay consistent because of, maybe it's because of my ADD or maybe just because I haven't practiced enough. This is amazing.
Now I get it. Rag is the scale, tal is the rhythm. They're the Indian versions of key and time signature, shaped by Indian vocal music. Rina draws from these to give her music its unique sound.
All right, now let's. However, my roots, like, I have relatives in both the north and the south. I've traditionally been closer to my family in the south. So let's show the difference between Carnatic and Hindustani. Hindustani being northern music and Carnatic being south. Carnatic music, southern Indian music, is like one of the stranger kinds of music, largely because it's the main key that musicians learn first is actually the minor key.
Go reward yourself. Go play.
Chevy Trucks. More dependability awards for trucks than any.
Students often ask me, what is the difference between Carnatic and Hindustani classical music? This is a very interesting question and also very important. First of all, we should be proud that India has not just one but two major forms of classical music. So before we start learning either Carnatic or Hindustani classical, we must be aware of what are the major differences between the two. And that's what we're going to find out in today's video. I'm Pratibha Sarathi and you're watching Vox Guru's Learning Series. The first and most striking difference between Carnatic and Hindustani is the gamakas. Although both the styles use the same 12 notes, the way these notes are embellished is completely different. Now in Hindustani classical music, we use a technique called the meend. Meend is basically a glide from one note to another, like this. Sa, ga, ga, sa. You see how we are slowly
as a gent
gliding.
type rhythm.
So this
maybe
mean
that bands
is
that
the
form the genre
backbone
like
of
so much.
Hindustani classical music
Like what,
and the
Meshuggah?
ragas.
Because, you know,
Without the mean, it will not.
you know how gent originated, right? There's a band called Meshuggah that was asked what their next album would sound like, and then the players were drunk and they said, "Oh yeah, it's going to sound something like Jay Jay Jay," and that's how gent originated.
Even sound like Hindustani classical. Whereas in Carnatic music, we use a technique called the kampitam. Kampitam is like an oscillation. For example, Sari. You see how it is oscillating between Ga and Ri? So this kind of an oscillation is very common in Carnatic. Of course, this is not the only type of gamaka which is used in this style. In fact, we recognize more than 10 different types of gamakas. But this is one of the most characteristic ones which help us identify this style of music. The next big difference lies in the language of compositions. Since Carnatic music originated in the south of India, you will see that many compositions use South Indian languages, right? Whereas Hindustani classical compositions would use North Indian languages. Now this is very important for us to know, because whichever style of music you are learning, you should be able to pronounce the words correctly. I believe that 50% of a song's beauty lies in its pronunciation. So even if you may not know the language,
I mean, you don't need to. You just need to know that it has a very unique style of music with a very intricate set of music theory. It's an essential part of India's cultural heritage. I mean, I think Indian music like catapulted onto the world stage with Slumdog Millionaire. Everyone suddenly heard the song Jai Ho by A.R. Rahman. And then especially when it was it featured the Pussycat Dolls. I might play that song later. Hold on, after this.
You should at least make an effort to understand the pronunciation, the accent, and the articulation of each and every word. The third difference lies in the compositions. Carnatic music gives a lot of emphasis to compositions, especially the lyrics or the sahityam. So if you want to learn Carnatic music, you should be ready to develop a big repertoire of many compositions, and it is through these compositions that you will get deeper insight into the ragas. Whereas in Hindustani classical, it is the opposite. Here we give more importance to exploring the raga, and the compositions are like a framework to achieve this.
So basically, in Carnatic music, it's learning by doing. In Hindustani music, it's learning and then doing. All right.
So if you want to learn Hindustani classical music, you should be ready not only to learn compositions, but also to start your creative journey at a very early stage. And finally, we talk about the theme of the compositions. Both Carnatic and Hindustani classical use a wide variety of emotions in all the songs that we learn. But the main difference is that in Carnatic music, all these emotions are expressed more in a devotional context.
Exactly.
You will find a variety of emotions like love, romance, anger, betrayal, yearning, and so on. But these will all be expressed in a divine context, not in a human-to-human context. So this is very important for you to know before you start learning Carnatic.
So Carnatic music is largely more religious than Hindustani,
music,
all right?
Right? Even if you may be of a different faith or you may have a different belief, you should at least be comfortable enough to understand the gist of the compositions so that you can feel more connected to it and express the emotions appropriately. Whereas in Hindustani classical music, you will find a lot of compositions which talk about human emotions, human interactions with each other. So here we make that spiritual connection not through the lyrics but through the ragas. Hope you enjoyed this video. If you would like...
So let me just bring up, what is it? Jai Ho, Pussycat Dolls. I'm not sure how long ago was this. 15 years ago, damn. Yeah, this was the time when suddenly everyone knew what Indian music sounded like.
I'll bet you an ice cream the snail's faster.
Nokia are more superior than
Co-pilot,
Samsung.
I bet my daughter an ice cream that a
8-year-old
snail's
news convinced
faster
that
than
the
a
goal was
slug.
Indian
I
after
can win.
this.
Snails usually move slower than slugs, so you might be treating your daughter to some ice cream.
Yes. So should we go now or after the race?
At 12:07.
I wouldn't actually call this like Indian, the melody behind this Indian classical. It's like Bollywood Indian style, I guess. Oh yeah, that guy who was saying Jai Ho, he is the director, A.R. Rahman. Anyways, let's get back to the game. Where am I supposed to go now? Because I'm so isolated from the rest of the world, I'm just getting longbows at like in 480 in 1400 in 1480 AD. Yeah, Tunak, that's very much where what a lot of people on the internet think of when they first think of Indian music. All right, we have an extra source of iron. Where do we go from here? Oh, it wasn't a peninsula. Nope, it is one big island. And I have just conquered it. Let's see. I should cut down some forests. Forests to feed the population of Punjab. Alright, invention. Let's talk about invention. So there's not much to talk about when it comes to invention. The Mughals were in general more interested in scholarship than hardware, but there was one case of an interesting case of a really underrated inventor at the time, and that was sort of the Da Vinci of India. Syed Mir Fathullah Shirazi, polymath in Emperor Akbar's court. But most of his most important invention had to do with guns. I'm not going to talk about the weapons themselves until we get to the gunpowder technology, but for now I'll bring up this baby. Where is it? This is the Yarghu. These things above on the ring, on the above ring, are actually cannon barrels. Basically, is a ox would pull a chain and spin it around, and spin the wheel under the pole in the center around, and a system of gears would cause the cannons to be cleaned, to be cleaned all at once. It could clean like 12 cannon barrels all at once. That's because cannons were really important for the Mughal conquest of India, as I'll explain later. Okay. Let's send some troops over here to quell the resistance as military police. Okay, so clearly there is a land on the other side because the ocean is shallow, still somewhat shallow. So there's a bridge, like a bridge of like semi-shallow water to. I know there were many Sufis and mystics in the Mughal Empire. Yes. Generally, the Mughals were a bit more tolerant of more alternative forms of Islam. Especially Emperor Akbar, because Emperor Akbar wanted harmony between different religions. I mean, the thing is, I could do an entire stream talking about Emperor Akbar, but and how iconic he is in Indian history. But you know, that's for another time. Leonardo's workshop. Let's see, which city should be in charge of building Leonardo's workshop? Shirazi's workshop. Let's see, there's Delhi, there's Delhi, who has 16 in shields. Yeah, let's build it over here. Bangalore. Shirazi's workshop. He's the one who got defeated by his brother. No, Akbar died peacefully. Died peacefully. The one who was defeated by his brother was... I forget what his name was. Emperor Aurangzeb defeated his brother and took over and violently took over the country and turned the country into an ultra-religious Muslim superpower. Huh? I can't get there. Damn it. Or can I? You know what's good? I'm gonna try. A Viking level of voyaging across the sea. Okay, only 2 galleys remain. Come on. All right. Okay, we have a library here. Yes, let's build a university. Hindalpi has grown quite a bit. That's good. Has a harbor now. That's good. No! Okay, where else can we go? My attempt to discover the new world has been foiled. You know, let's forget the north. Let's go west. Let's try going west. Okay, so all right, let's build a banana plantation right here. University, Karachi. All right. Let's build a marketplace here. Oh no! I'm not the Iceland of the world. This is the Iceland of the world. You got here or after this, but this used to be the home of the Vikings, and they literally were isolated to this one tiny island, and I destroyed them. I destroyed them like Columbus, mercilessly and without reason destroyed the Taino people. Okay. Okay, there is nothing here. Damn it. Where else could I potentially go? Yeah, I am stuck. You know, I've already renamed all the American cities, so let's rename this. Let's call it Tantra Apam. Yes, I've destroyed the Americans and the Vikings. Yeah, I might have mentioned this earlier, but I might have mentioned this before, but there's no way. The only way I can win right now is probably just through sheer conquest. Probably not going to win through culture victory. I might be able to win through the space race, but the most surefire way to win is by going on a rampage. So nuclear Gandhi incoming. Alright, what do we get next? We got gunpowder. Alright, so the Mughals are known as one of the gunpowder empires, the other two being Safavid Persia and the Ottoman Empire. Babur was able to crush the Delhi Sultanate with the help of guns from Central Asia. And the two most notable of Shirazi's guns were probably the portable cannon, which came in small parts and could be assembled and disassembled, and as well as wheeled around when intact, and as well as this. Let's see. Yarghu, where is the... Check it out. Check out this abomination, the multi-barreled cannon. This is only something that could ever have come in the 1600s. That's the time when people were thinking of crazy stuff like this. No, not 1600s, 1500s. This is the only time... this is the time when people like Da Vinci were thinking of crazy stuff like this. Okay, let's build ourselves a gunpowder army, and let's get to chemistry. Yeah, let's start building musketmen. Okay. Alright. I have so many tradable resources, but nobody to trade them with. So stupid. Citizens of Boston are dying of disease. Damn it. That's too bad. Boston, meaning the Indian version of Boston. The thing the Portuguese had, the organ gun. Exactly. We have an aqueduct. That's good. Let's build a harbor. And let's build a harbor here too. Yes, I need more muskets. So, I believe there's this one guy named, what is it? Stakui, one of my favorite YouTubers, Stakui of the History of Everything podcast, and he rightly pointed out, early guns early guns were very hard to use in the tropics, because the tropics are incredibly humid, which means that gunpowder tends to get wet when it rains. This is the reason why guns did not actually come to the more southern parts of the world, meaning Southeast Asia and South India. Those areas were so hard to conquer by the Muslim powers, like by the Muslim gunpowder powers. Yes, let's build another musketman. I need more of them. Disease strikes them again. That sucks. All right. We got a university here. Let's build a musketman. I want to get a large army of them. Let's cut down some more rainforest. Unfortunately, that's just how it's got to be. Oh dear, I'm in a deficit. You know, that's okay. That's okay. I have a shit ton of gold saved up. Oh yeah, that's right. I built the Knights Templar, which means I can actually conquer. I built the Knights Templar, which means I can actually build Crusaders. A Crusader spawns every 5 turns. That's right. I am going to go on a Hindu crusade. Yes! Visitors! Finally! They found me! Oh, it's Egypt. Egypt is the... I might not have said this, but I somewhat cheated before the game started. Yeah, I cheated before the game started because, what is it? $16.90 gold in exchange for Vishnu Volt, exactly. Jai Hind, Jai Vishnu. This is an odd deal. I get astronomy, which means I can sail across the ocean, but on the other hand, $16.90 gold. God damn. You know what, screw it, I think I'll wait. I think I'll get it myself. Let's see if I can, let's build an embassy, see if I can... In theory, I could actually try to steal it, but that would cost even more money. Because I have that much gold that I can actually send spies to steal the tech. Steal the secrets of outer space, of the stars. Yeah, let's build we already have a library. Let's build a university. Let's build a marketplace. Okay. Let me make an embassy. Steal technology. Exactly. That's exactly what I would do. Yeah, don't mind me just borrowing some books from the library. All right, imagine the first faction I find is the most powerful faction in the game. Currently, compared to them, we have an average military. Alright, so if we go to war with them, it will be the war that decides the fate of the world, like the Second Punic War. Alright, we have a marketplace right now, so let's build a university. Who just built a musketman? I am not going to build a galley just yet because soon they will become obsolete. So let's build another musketman. Oh, I was wondering, where did I get saltpeter? Okay. There's an extra source of saltpeter here. Perfect. And one here too. Alright. So, I should always get more in case I want to trade. So... All right. We built a library right here. Now let's build a university. We have built a harbor right here. So let's build a temple. Civil disorder up here. All right. Reorganizing my forces. So one thing I will point out about medieval gunpowder warfare is that did the barbarians stop? Actually, no. There's still there's still a pirate ship right here. But yes, I have destroyed most of the barbarians because I've just conquered most of this island, except for like this tiny area in the mountains. Oh, there's also some pirates right here. All right, chemistry. Let's see. We have a courthouse. Now let's build an aqueduct. All right. Anyways, let's talk about chemistry. So, one thing I actually did find out about India that's very interesting. An interesting fact. The Mughals didn't just use gunpowder for killing. The primary chemical used in early gunpowder is a nitrogen-based compound called saltpeter, which when dissolved in water can be used as a coolant. The Mughals used this for cooling drinks as well as transporting ice. This continued into British times when Americans sold ice to Indians and British settlers. So if I want to conquer Egypt, I need to build a really strong navy. Okay, we have a university. Let's build another musketman. Disease strikes New Karachi. Damn it. Not much to do. I haven't actually... I have this island all to myself. There's a powerful civilization in the distance. And... let's build a marketplace. All right. Oh, so sorry, I wasn't focusing. J.S. Bach's Cathedral. Well, in this case, it is a Hindu concert hall. All right. Decreases the number of unhappy citizens in the continent by 2 per city. Perfect. courthouse. We have a courthouse now, so let's build a library indeed. I'm going to switch to wealth. Oh yeah, that's right, I need to clear out the damage that caused by the lava. Alright. Vasudevan, and formerly known as Washington. Oh shit. Wait, are they trying to do a naval assault? Are they trying to attack? Shit. I need to be very careful. Okay. Let's get my Crusaders out. So I will point out that, so one thing I'll point out is that civilization doesn't actually mean an entire empire. All it means is a confederacy of civilizations under the same, a confederacy of factions under the same culture. Musketmen, pikemen. Need to be prepared. Okay, let's get over here. Yes, this will be truly a legendary battle. And 2 turns I'll have astronomy, which means I can start building caravels, which are faster and can cross the sea tiles. Oh no, they're attacking. How long did it take? Like 30 years before... Okay, luckily their units are inferior to mine. And at least they're clearing out the pirates. Yeah, let's build a library. Shit. How many of them are there. Medieval infantry, spearmen, and swordsmen. Let's get a musketman. And let's curry him. No, that costs too much money. Malone's Marauders. Time to do your thing. Okay, this is going to be a legendary clash. Yep, nailed it. Alright, that's a good start. Alright, it is just one big expeditionary force. Shit. I didn't think they would come from that side. Okay, astronomy. Let's talk about astronomy. The Mughals loved astronomy. Emperor Humayun, the second or third, I think it was the second Mughal emperor, his court activity in the 1530s was modeled around the planets and their associations with days of the week, to the point where Humayun himself wore red on Tuesdays in honor of the planet Mars. Otherwise, Shirazi, the same, like I said, the Indian Da Vinci, was known for drafting a really accurate calendar with 365 days in the solar year. And yes, Europeans had this for a while, but in India, this was revolutionary because traditionally Indian calendars had centered around a combination of the moons and the sun. This is entirely based on the sun. Also to notice that the calendar centered around the solar agricultural cycle instead of any religious festivals, making it easier to collect taxes. Anyways, printing press now. I need time to prepare. We'll see if I can arrange a peace treaty. Crap. Motherfucker. All right, I will repay their insolence tenfold. Let's see if we can finish this guy off. Got him. Copernicus's observatory. Yeah, I can do that. I mean, Egypt will probably get it before me, but you know what? It's worth a try. Leonardo's workshop is almost done. Shirazi's workshop. warrior, do something. Alright, New Bombay has been captured. They keep coming. The Apache tribe have pillaged... Holy shit, they're just coming out of nowhere. They carried away 1,000 gold. Holy shit, I got like absolutely gangbanged by the Apache. Fuck my life. Completely forgot about them. Barbarians. Barbarians everywhere. University, screw it, I need more musketmen. Do your thing. I need a caravel. I need boats. I need boats. I need boats everywhere. Should I build a boat here too? No, I'll build a marketplace here and then I will... Alright, I have a caravel... Luckily, galleys can be upgraded to caravels pretty quickly, for pretty cheaply. Oh my god, the Egyptian surprise attack. Nope, I need boats. I need boats! Nope. Okay. Bring everything. You know what? I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna go. I'm going to go and attack with and take back at New Mumbai with a single expeditionary force. All right. I'll take back both my cities, then I'll see if I can arrange peace, or at least for 20 turns. Just give me time to prepare. The gurus of India have declared a crusade against the Egyptian scum, against the Egyptian and Firangs. Firang is the name for a foreigner in Hindi, like Gaijin. All right. Okay, looks like I need to rebuild my temple. Damn it. All right. Let's get another musketman. The Egyptian East India Company is invading. Yeah, the East India Company and the British invasions are actually something that actually has fascinated me quite a bit once I studied it enough, and I'll explain later. Okay. All right, Leonardo Shirazi's workshop. It's ours. Yep. Okay. Let's pick up another pikeman, and then let's head over here. All right. Let's see if we can pull this off. What I need to know is how many of them there are in that how big their army is. Caravel, I need. Those two cities have taken like a huge population decline due to the Apache invasions and due to just starvation over here. I will not forget this injustice. Alright, I need a caravel right here also. Huh. Oh, never mind. New Mumbai is still, Alright, they overthrew the invaders. And for some reason, there's also this city called Lisht. For some reason, they built an entirely new city. Alright. Okay. Okay. That's the beauty of Leonardo's workshop. I can upgrade my obsolete units for cheaper, for half the price. It's amazing. Oh, here comes some more. All right, the printing press. So historically, the Muslim world was skeptical of the printing press. One reason was that clerics had a tradition of memorizing the Quran by heart and orally transmitting religious lore, and scholars in general took great pride in handwritten calligraphy. And the Mughal Empire was no exception. Although Emperor Jahangir was fascinated when shown a printed Bible in Arabic script, a minister of his successor Shah Jahan refused to accept another printed Arabic book. Meanwhile, the Portuguese had brought printers to Goa in order to assist missionaries, but otherwise, printing presses would not enter the country en masse until the British conquests. In the late 1700s, the first English newspapers would arrive in Bengal. Let's go for banking next. I need more boats. I need more boats. All right. Let's see. Oh, when I get to you, I'm going to absolutely destroy you. I need more boats. Alright, the crusade continues. Alright, let's pick up this Crusader. Oh boy. Okay, first of all, no. We need more, there's no time for entertainment. We need more boats. And we need more money because I am running out of funds. Shit. So one interesting thing about Crusaders is that Crusaders don't actually go obsolete until the invention of steam power. Despite the fact that they fight with swords well into the gunpowder age, they're just so strong. They have attack 5 that they just keep on tearing through enemies offensively, even musketmen. Huh. Alright, he just transported the horsemen away. Let's build a aqueduct. Okay, we destroyed it. Feel the wrath of Mahavishnu. Jai Hind! All right, now I need to build a road to that area. All right. All right. Where can we go to get more boats? All right, let's start clearing more jungles. Okay. This battle, I'm excited. This battle is legendary. This war, no, this is a war that will go down in history, surpassing the Mahabharata itself. All right. Okay, there's another galley coming our way. Okay, we have a university. Let's get a musketman. Okay, yes, let's get him. Time to die. Okay, now that I've regained all my land, let's see if I can organize a peace treaty. Since clearly they're on the losing end. I want an indemnity, first of all. No, I guess not. Alright, let's get ready. Get ready for the next war. Strong navy, strong military, all good all around. We are absolutely going to crush this. Okay, in 4 turns we can discuss banking. Alright. Alright, they've got Egyptian merchants have given me contact with the Aztecs, the Iroquois, and the Ottomans. Let's see, what can you give me? What can I do for you? Hold on, let's see. Trade advisors can trade with Egypt. Alright. Damn, this is annoying. Alright, rite of passage, gems. Alright, trade has begun. Trade relationships have begun. My journey to becoming the richest country on earth, just like India was in 1700, has begun. Well, that was the first Egyptian-Indian War. It will go down in history textbooks as a decisive conflict of first contact. All right, harbor. Let's build a cathedral. Actually, what am I saying? I can't afford a cathedral. I need to. What is this? Have to build wealth. I need to wait until I get magnetism to get magnetism. That way I can start building actual offensive ships instead of just transport ships. The last message I got from Raimundo was, did the barbarians stop? Yes, the Egyptian barbarians did stop. All right. Oh, Egypt, you have woken up a sleeping giant and filled him with a great resolve. Cathedral. Nope, I need to build wealth. Sorry. All right. All right, we have the Incas. So it's India versus the Americas. Going to be India versus the Americas. and Germany, apparently. Alright. Who can I trade with now? Only Egypt still, right? Alright, I can't afford building an embassy right now, but... Stick to me like caramel. I don't know how that song goes. I forgot. Alright, 2 turns, then we can talk about Indian finance. Okay, Aztecs. Let's see where they are. Okay, they're far away, so I can't attack them just yet. Banking. Alright, next up is physics. Okay, so banking. Finance in India was very interesting because it was Indian attitudes to finance were much more liberal than were significantly more liberal than Muslim values, and until the 1500s or so, Christian values. So Indians were much more willing to engage in very crafty business practices, and they were much more willing to lend at high rates, which Christians and Muslims until the late Middle Ages called usury. So first of all, let me tell you the difference between moneylenders and banks. Moneylenders and banks are separate institutions. Banks have more capital to lend, but they're more impersonal, and are more likely to have straightforward and non-negotiable rates. Like, think about how getting a personal loan or a credit card from Wells Fargo, it's not like you're going to be able to call someone there and ask for a lower rate. That's just how it is. In contrast, smaller moneylenders tend to be more informal and easy to negotiate with. At the local level, they might even be well-known members of the community. Pre-colonial India, meanwhile, was well known for its really strong money lending sector. Moneylenders helped finance all sorts of activities, including reclaiming jungle land, like I'm doing now, meaning cutting down jungles and farming it, advancing village taxes, meaning paying the taxes of a village in advance, basically giving them loans to pay in advance, as well as bureaucrat salaries. And they financed a variety of trade and mercantile activities. But India did have indigenous banks of sorts. They didn't give cash loans for agriculture, and rather they gave like short-term credit instruments for manufacturing and trade. There are also larger elite banks that provided loans for governments, and some of them actually loaned money to the early operations of the East India Company. Yes, Indians actually loaned money to the East India Company before India in general realized how threatening they were. Okay, they got Copernicus' observatory before we did. I figured they would, but you know, it was still worth a try. Let's get a bank here. Let's build, no, can't do that. How quickly can we get a bank? Get a bank here too. Maybe this advance in finance will help me finance my military. Alright, we got ourselves a bank. Now let's go back to producing wealth. 10 turns. Can I get a bank before that? Okay, how many banks can I get before that? See. Okay, not 10 turns, 11 turns. All right. All right. I am more advanced than pretty much anyone in the world right now, alright. But I still cannot trade with the vast majority of the world because reasons. This would be so much easier if the Apache hadn't just stolen all, like half of my gold. I need to cut down some forests to build that harbor. Okay, is this another naval invasion? I'm ready this time. Okay. Alright, aqueduct. Game is a bit slow right now. I'll get physics pretty soon, then we can talk about science or the history of science. Alright, physics. Okay, so for physics, let's talk about European science's arrival in India. So, Europeans visiting the Mughal Empire in the 1600s called Indians ignorant and superstitious, pointing out the common lack of books or formal education for the masses, or at least as they saw, many of them blamed it on the same thing, which was Hindus' exaltation of tradition, describing them as people who thought that that everything they needed to know was already passed down by their ancestors. This perceived dislike of education, of course, is far from the truth. As mentioned before in my discussion of Indian education, in the Muslim Indian world, education was primarily conducted in Muslim madrasas, which even by the time of the Mughal Empire's decline, there were thousands of madrasas in the declining Mughal Empire. Even middle-class Indian British youth were well-educated in many subjects by the time of the British conquest, and Britishers who looked closely recognized it, although in the account I'm basing that last statement on, the idea that Britishers saw how educated the middle-class youth were, they said only the Muslim Indian, they were only referring to Muslim Indians. Whether Hindus got that educated, I'm not sure. Maybe. Anyways, to some degree, it is true that Indians before the British colonization did not feel the need to import Western technology. As I mentioned in my discussion of the printing press, the elites of India did not see the need for mass production of literature, either seeing it as unnecessary against expert calligraphy or actually threatening them by opening a new medium of disseminating information. Other devices that missionaries brought, such as telescopes, compasses, and clocks, were also never adopted to a larger degree. So basically, Indians were hungry for knowledge itself, but it seems they never really felt the need to adopt devices that use knowledge practically. Alright, let's go for economics right now. We got our bank. Let's produce wealth now. Alright, let's produce wealth here too. We can afford it. Yeah, let's build another musketman. Let's get a courthouse. Let's see, where should my workers go now? Let's go north and continue clearing the jungle. Alright, look at this bad boy, the old homestead. Yes, let's get an aqueduct. Yes, let's get an aqueduct here too. Okay, let's get we have a bank here too. Now let's build let's get another musketman. Let's get another musketman from here too. Alright, our economy is saved. Let's get a caravel. I'm gonna settle this area just to get a quick buck from the gold. So there's someone on this side. Someone I missed. Economics. So this is important because whenever wealth, because if I ask a city to build wealth, it builds double. This is really useful. So let's talk about economics. So this is important. So guys, so listen up. I'm going to go over the Maratha Empire because it lasted for only, it was the last great power, no, not the last, but the last truly great, like almost a nationwide spanning power in India before the British conquest. It lasted only for a short time, about 150 years, but it plays an enormous role in national identity today. So, do I have a... Let me see if I can quickly find an image of the Maratha Empire. Empire. Let me just quickly save it. And there you have it. This is how big the Maratha Empire got. The yellow part is the Maratha Empire. The northeast is the Bengal state. I forget what the north is, this part in the north is, but southeast is the Hyderabad state. Southwest is the Sultanate of Mysore, but yellow is the Maratha Confederacy. There you have it. So, the Maratha Empire was founded by probably the national hero of India, Shivaji Shahaji Bhonsale. Let me see if I can get a picture of Shivaji. Funnily enough, this portrait of Shivaji is actually, I'm going to show you, is actually in the British Museum right now. There we have it. The godfather of India. The father of India. Shivaji Shahaji Bhonsale. So Shivaji was originally a general who sometimes fought for the Deccan Sultanates in Maharashtra in central India, central west coast of India. Other times he fought for he fought for the Mughal Emperor. But eventually he crowned himself a king of a set of lands he had conquered. Hold on, let me just show you the map of India again. So the western part of this part I'm zooming in on over here. Around this area is Maharashtra. Look it up if you want. So ultimately he crowned himself a king of a set of lands he had conquered in the Deccan Peninsula. And this was a direct challenge to the authority of the Mughal Empire, but ultimately, the kings and the strongman authority from the kings that made him the father figure of India lasted only about until his death at the age of 50. After this, the Maratha Empire would actually be the Maratha Confederacy. It lasted, the Maratha authority would primarily be legal on its core in Maharashtra and ceremonial among its allies and former allies, who would be its vassal states. Wealth plundered from its conquered neighbors might not always reach the crown. This is why the polity is often referred to as the Maratha Confederacy. Still, this informal system of rule didn't stop the Marathas from expanding their borders. We're going to watch some more videos right now of the Maratha leader who conquered half of India, a man named Bajirao the First. He wasn't a king. Now, Bajirao wasn't a king. He was a Peshwa. Peshwa, prime minister. But at that point, the king's power, in the mid 1700s, the king's power was only ceremonial. The real ones in charge were the Peshwas. This period is known as the Peshwa period. What time period did Bajirao live in? Let me see. Bajirao the First. Peshwa Bajirao. From 1700 to 1740. So in the 1720s, he conquered half of India. So we are going to... Alright, so...
Life's a cruise, that's the move.
This is obviously heavily dramatized because Indians are not like ultra realistic, but you know, Indians love showmanship more than anything else. I am stubbornly American. Yeah, that's the conquests of Peshwa Bajirao the First. But that's only that's only the second greatest battle Bajirao part in. Let me show you the Bajirao's finest moment. You know what's coming.
Same old phone? Nah. Upgrade
No,
to the
Bajirao
new
did not
Galaxy
have
Z
a
Fold 7.
Galaxy Z. That is manliness. Manliness. Sing, song, dance. That is what defines a true general. No, just kidding. That didn't happen at all. That is totally fictitious. This is what really happened. This is what they're trying to cover up.
I've heard it all my life. Don't buy fancy coffee.
Yeah.
But here's the
Indian
thing.
historians won't tell you.
I like my
but
daily
Indians
dose of
back
vanilla
then
latte.
were really. There have been several videos, by the way, of Indian music, Bollywood dance scenes being synced to anime songs, but this is definitely my favorite. All right. Anyways, so yeah, Bajirao the First and his son Balaji Bajirao would expand India, the borders to include most of North India. Funnily enough, British historiography in the 19th century often like to describe the 18th century transition from Mughal to Maratha rule as a dark age of India due to the fact that it was so decentralized. the Marathas were called by the Britishers pillagers and despoilers who ran across India demanding protection money and pillaging and destroying, and which they kind of did. Ultimately, life under the Maratha Confederacy's rule, and by Confederacy rule I mean the various different states swore allegiance to the Maratha king, but in practice they were independent. Living standards and economic indicators, it was pretty good. India was still a very rich and prosperous under the Peshwas, but it is true that the king and later Peshwas' lack of an iron grip with the lack of iron grip over the smaller polities within its domain, political decision-making in India was once again returned to local lords and chieftains. Of course, one could also argue that this was actually deliberate. That this was actually deliberate due to due to Shivaji's doctrine of Swaraj, I think it's the current, or self-responsibility. Either way, one criticism that's commonly given to the Marathas is that because it was a Hindu society, it was stratified by caste. Maharashtra was stratified by caste to the point where most lower castes didn't even consider it an injustice and just took it for granted. They said that's just how it is. Nevertheless, the founder of the Maratha Empire, Shivaji, is said to have been exceptional in that he cultivated a common love for king, country, and religion in people of all castes. He tried to portray the Varna system as not a social hierarchy, but as a division of labor in the form of a God-given duty to society. Your caste was basically your duty given by God to do. And at his coronation, this was represented by how at his coronation, representatives of all four traditional Varnas, meaning the Brahmins, the priests, the warriors, the artisans, and the workers, they all bathed him with water and dairy together. The Brahmins bathed them with ghee, butter. The Kshatriyas, as warriors, poured milk. The artisans poured curds, and the Shudras poured water. And the Maratha Empire was marginally more exclusive, even if leadership was still largely hereditary, reserved for nobles, as it was in most of the world at the time. Also to note is that Shivaji's father clan, the Bhonsles, was considered low caste even by his mother, noble of a Yadava caste. So Shivaji was not super high caste. However, that doesn't change the fact that with the Hindu administration, caste wasn't just something informal, it was legal, to the point that there are records of the government actually mediating caste disputes and sentencing people to excommunication of their caste, so restoration of their caste status. Although most of these excommunications seem to have been temporary. So I want to make something clear about caste and what exactly it is, and what exactly I would say call caste. Hold on. Castes are basically very large tribes that focus on doing a single job. Like the Bhonsles were basically a large family, interconnected with each other. They married only within their only tribe and group, but that's not unheard of throughout the world. Think of all the Semitic tribes that have only married each other. The Yazidis, the Druze, the Samaritans, Jews until recently. And don't even get me started on the European aristocracies that inbred to almost comic levels. And yes, some of these jobs that individual castes did ended up being administrative jobs. And the bureaucracy in the military. Remember that most societies until the last few hundred years, in order to be a higher officer in the military, you had to be a noble. Yes, of course, in practice it was pretty shit. There was large inequality in decision-making power and living standards between castes. And certain castes did important but ritually unclean jobs, such as undertakers or people that disposed of cow carcasses, were shunned. These were the Dalits. So yes, the caste system was pretty awful, but I'd call the caste system the extreme of the logical extreme of certain phenomena that happened or that already happened around the world, and yeah, the extreme of certain shit. Okay. Extremes of certain phenomena that happen around the world and extend to the present. Okay, cathedral. Okay, let's start building our military, a stronger military now. Let's build a musketman again. Musketmen are going to be the backbone of our army as it was in real life. Okay. Let's build another caravel. I don't need a coliseum right now. I don't think so. Let's build a war elephant. Smith's Trading Company. Who here is building Smith's Trading Company? Who can build this the fastest? Alright, let's build it here. My boy Adam Smith, the father of classical economics. I mean, I could nerd out about Adam Smith and economics all day, but that's for another day. For now, we are talking about India, not Scotland. That, again, that's for much later. Wait, are they attacking again? Alright. I still need to figure out who these people are. Alright, let's go. Whoever these guys are, let's go meet them. Let's go. Okay, anyways, let's also talk about the British East India Company. So, what was the British East India Company? It was the first joint stock company, or as in ownership was in shares that could be bought by investors. It was the first joint stock multinational corporation in the world. The British East India Company was formed in 1600 after Queen Elizabeth gave a royal charter to the new company, meant to further the interest of the crown, but also be operated privately. It was permitted to mint its own coins, enforce law and order, operate overseas colonies, and run its own private army and navy. Let's see. Alright, who are these people? The Iroquois. Unfortunately, I cannot trade with them because they are under or deep water. It's like they're trying to find an empty space where they can, an undefended space where they can attack. What a joke. Okay, harbors can be connected by ocean squares. Perfect. And we can build Magellan's Voyage. All right. Let's get to magnetism. I still can't trade with anyone and over here. Can I have the world map? Let's see. I'll let you... No, you're asking too much. Let's see. How about the Iroquois? Can I have... Nice! Okay, so the Iroquois are right here and they're pretty weak. Okay, so Egypt is definitely in the lead. Like I said, I kind of cheated in finding out. And these are the Ottomans, I believe. Oh, these guys are freaking... weakish shit. Okay, let's convert them to Hinduism. Let's spread Hinduism to Turkey. Delicious. You know, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to settle over here and get a hold of the furs. Let's see. How many warriors do I... how many soldiers can I send overseas? This is my my West America company. Anyways, but yeah. Effectively, the East India Company was a vassal state with shareholder ownership. The closest... I'm going to make a really hot take about this, but the closest thing equivalent today of the East India Company would probably be the Wagner Group in Russia. The Wagner Group is a private paramilitary unit, not legally part of the Russian military, and does its own operations in Africa and the Middle East, but effectively it's Putin's private army. I mean, of course, the difference in scale and finesse is enormous. If the East India Company is a gentleman privateer, then the Wagner Group is a homeless hitman. Egypt declared war on the Aztecs. I wonder what the Aztecs will give me for fighting back? Let's see. Am I gonna go for it? Let's go! Now it's time for our counterattack. Okay, there's a path over here. No shit! I'm in the ocean. Shit, they might die. They might die. Oh no, never mind. I have magnetism. I have navigation. I can go through ocean squares now. Thank fucking God. My fleet, it sets out. Do I have to? All right, Magellan is trying. Madhav is trying. Madhaji is trying to sail around the world. Anyways, the East India Company was given a monopoly over trade with India. The company itself framed it as intellectual property. The fact that their monopoly over trade as intellectual property, saying they should have complete ownership over trade routes that it created. The original investments were known as subscriptions and were not shares of the company itself, but rather shares of individual trading voyages. In 1653, though, the ownership became permanent and shares became publicly traded on the London Stock Exchange. Meanwhile, the East India Company needed to regularly renew its charter and often supported this petition by bribing the king, which was illegal at the time because the king didn't reign supreme. The king, it was the king and parliament. shit! Alright. Now I need to get rid of these guys, this ship. Hey, you never know. This is so stupid. I mean, look at this. The defense, it's attack 1 and defense 1, meaning it's meaning it's just really difficult to. Oh my fucking god, what is this ship? What is this fleet? I need more boats. I always need more boats. It's go time. All right. All right, Asyut is mine. Quickly build a harbor to connect them to the luxuries. Huh? What are you doing? What are these people doing? Oh, nice. Very nice. Okay, so what's the score now? Alright, where to attack next? This looks like a good spot to begin my offensive. Where are there gems, I wonder? No, this is probably where their main forces are. So, let's see. This is going to be my main base. In the meantime, I need... Alright, we are so in it to win it. Yeah, let's build an aqueduct. would be a good time to send in my Crusaders, because Crusaders can build forts. Okay. Might as well go through the long process of building a bank here. Colosseum. No, not yet. I need magnetism, then I can build frigates, I can build offensive ships. Because until now, I just need to... all I can really do is wait until they come. Okay. Let's send our scout force in. Uh-oh. It's a galley. That can actually do some serious damage to me. Magnetism, I need it. Okay, I need... You know what to build. Nope, can't get there fast enough. Gotta be careful here. Alright, the furs are mine. You know what? I will build a worker. Or not, I want a bank. All right. Okay, I think they're trying to penetrate further in. Let's see. Okay. A battle in the mountains. Let's go. Alright, we are just going to wreak havoc here. No, we're going to build a fort. That's going to be our goal. Alright, magnetism is coming next. Oh, I bombarded them, alright. Alright, magnetism. Let's talk about the Maratha Navy. So the Maratha had clear maritime enemies in the West Indian Ocean in the form of Europeans such as the English, Portuguese, and Dutch. And also neighbors such as the Mughals. Shivaji recognized the need to build a strong navy and coastal defenses. Maratha naval tactics evolved over the 1.5 centuries of their existence. When the empire was starting out, their small navy depended on sudden attacks to compensate for the lack of staying power. But later on, as technology advanced and the empire became more powerful, the naval navy would become better at fighting battles, but nevertheless prioritized coastal attacks and defense over deep ocean clashes. Against wealthier enemies, Maratha naval assaults were usually followed by pillaging and scorched earth, stripping their targets of resources both to bring back wealth and send a message. A master of this was the Maratha admiral and privateer Vijayanagara, who extorted British, Portuguese, and Dutch traders and destroyed the ones who refused to pay. Despite European attempts to stop him, he was undefeatable all the way to his death. I'll make a video about him later. So the two primary ships used were the Gurab and the Galivat. Let me bring them up. Gurab. Okay, I guess I'll have to bring them up from Gurab. All right. And then the Galivat. Okay. Okay, first we have the Gurab. The Gurab was a 300 foot by 30 foot. Was a 300 foot by 30 foot ship, all with oars and sails, and could carry around 20 side guns, 2 bow chaser guns, and additional swivel guns. And then we have the Galivat. So this is actually a historical scene of the HMS Aurora being attacked by the by a Maratha fleet, which the Marathas would lose. The Galivat was 84 by 24 feet, and it could with both oars and sails. It could carry around 10 6-pounder guns. So Maratha warfare was basically pirate warfare. Fast, hit hard. We're going to metallurgy next. Alright, the battle begins. Let's see if I can. Let's give it to them again with my musketmen. Alright, let's build a fort. Alright. Anyways, now I can actually start building frigates. So let's do that. These are important because these are actually offensive ships, battleships, sort of. Oh, very good start. All right, the fight is on. Are they still building the fort? No? All right. Ah, shit. At least I'm keeping them on their toes. All right. Alright, that invasion force has been destroyed. Very nice. No, I don't need a Colosseum. I need troops. I need men. I don't need entertainment. The only entertainment I need is the death of my enemies. Civil disorder, you say? And why might that be? Oh, not enough protection, alright. Okay. Another ship incoming. Another Crusader ship incoming. This time in the form of a galleon. Maybe if I throw enough of ships at this boat, it'll finally sink at this transport. Where is it? Oh, for God's sake, die! Oh my fucking God. Alright, they're withdrawing. That's good. And more frigates. Okay. 5 turns until metallurgy, then I can get cannons. Well, I mean, these ships already have cannons, but land cannons, I guess, for some reason. Alright, let's head over here and get those furs. So many civilizations just that start on tiny islands. Completely forgot about this island right here. Huh. Alright. What should we build? Let's build a courthouse. Let's build a courthouse here too. Whatever, I'll be destroying you soon. For God's sake, die! Thank you. Alright, so 4 more turns, then we can start talking about where things truly started to go crazy, which is the British conquest. Alright, here they come. I think they're running out of troops. Perfect. Alright, Kazan is mine. We have a base of operations. Perfect. Let's build some walls. Let's see. All right, the West America Company no, the East America Company and the West East Egypt Company grow stronger. You gotta be kidding me. It's an army of tribesmen, basically. It's an army of peasants with spears and knives. Ouch. Okay, this is going to... Metallurgy in 1 turn, then we can start building cannons. Okay. Alright, there's some decently trained and melee infantry too. Alright. Here come the wave of peasants. The People's Crusade. Alright, next up is military tradition. Alright, let's bomb them. Okay, let's talk about metallurgy. So, in particular, I'm going to talk about the end of independent India. So let's first talk about the fall of the Mughal Empire. Like the fall of any empire, the acute socio-economic causes of the Mughal Empire's fall are still being debated. But one thing for sure is that a crushing blow was dealt to the empire's legitimacy by the revolt of Shivaji and the persistent Mughal failure to stop him. Shivaji's successes in plundering and extorting Mughal-controlled territories were shocking to the zamindar nobles of the Mughal Empire. This was a large problem because the Mughal Empire's structure was essentially feudal, with much of taxes being collected by the zamindars and passed on to the emperor. The emperors largely maintained a hold over the zamindars through spiritual authority, insisting that they were chosen by Allah to defend and spread Islam. This was especially the case for Aurangzeb, one of the most pious and religiously conservative emperors, who also nominally controlled most of the subcontinent. The failure of the Mughals to put down the Maratha revolt would blow a hole in this narrative. The clear signs of decline would become visible after Aurangzeb's death in 1707. It would be combined with two invasions of the empire and sacks of Delhi, one from the Persians under Nadir Shah in 1738, and another from the Afghan Durrani Empire in 1757. By the time of the start of the First Anglo-Maratha War in 1775, what was left of the Mughal Empire was a tiny Maratha vassal. Alright, they have catapults too. That's fine. The Battle of Orenburg begins. I'm guessing this is where the Russians once were, before they were conquered by Egypt. Oh, okay. My boat got hit with rocks. Damn. Alright, they're taking a detour to Tver? Is that what it's called? They're trying to besiege it, right. That's funny, there are plenty, that's fine, there are plenty more where that came from. Do these guys even have horses? No, I think they do. I saw them once with horsemen. Okay, looks like they're trying to attack from the north too. Alright. I will... right. Ah, crap. Hold on. Come on. All right, got him. Alright, this is going to be a showdown. Okay. I really am being besieged here. Come on. Alright, the roads have been destroyed, damn it. being drowned in savage bodies. Alright then, H, the cavalry is coming. At least I'm immune from attack. Cleaning them up one by one. Ah, crap. All right. How's perpetual war going? I wouldn't say perpetual war. I'm winning. I mean, I'm winning. The army they sent at me consisted entirely of barely trained swordsmen and spearmen. The more elite troops are coming soon, but I knew what I was doing when I attacked the least defended part of them. part of Egypt. Alright, let's send the frigates over. I definitely have a stronger navy. Let's see. Okay, we have a few caravels. Alright, let's... Alright, then. Keep them coming. I can do this all day. Okay, Egypt has circumnavigated the globe. Alright. Okay, what should we build? Let's build a... Fine, let's build a Colosseum. No, let's build a frigate. They know they're on the losing end, so I'm going to charge them a hefty indemnity. $25 gold per turn over 20 turns. Alright, I guess that's my victory. Let's see, let's build walls, just in case. Looks like I will have to build a cathedral here. Alright, let's trade with the Inca. Okay, let's try the Aztecs. The Ottomans. Why does no one want to trade with me? That's strange. Well, anyways, once I get some furs. Let's see. Alright. Let's get some more musketmen. No, let's get cannons now. Alright. We have enough musketmen. Let's get some cannons. Perfect. Okay. All right, our base of operation is ready. Let's see. Okay, so New Karachi and New Bombay. New Bombay, where's that? Let's build a cathedral here. No, I don't need a Colosseum. Let's see. Let's build a bank. They see a massacre of hordes of those with whom he had first contact outside his island. Why does nobody want to trade with me? You're right. I never thought of that. It's true. Everyone knows about what I did to the Vikings. Aztecs. I also have some extra saltpeter, I guess. What, you don't want gunpowder? Huh. Alright. Let's try the Ottomans. Okay, now I have Crusaders, which means that I can build forts. Okay, New Calcutta Cathedral. Let's build a musketman. At this point, I'm basically just Mongols with a navy, just burning through, burning and pillaging everything I come across. I really am. To be fair, the Egyptians attacked me first. And yes, I know, I was planning to attack them if they didn't first, but they did start it. All right. I was going to attack him, but they attacked me first, so I'm in the clear, right? Exactly. Yes, I am in the clear. By the rules, by international law, I am in the clear. I mean, next stream I'm going to be talking about modern India, so I'm going to be talking about the Indo-Pakistani War, and the international law in that case should be fairly interesting. Oh, I'm also going to be talking about the annexation of Goa, which is even funnier. One more turn, then we can talk about the best part. And after that, I will probably I'll probably end, because I've been going for what, 5.5 hours now. Let me look at my overall army. Let's see. 7 war elephant units, 7 musketmen, 1 unit of medieval swordsmen, and many more incoming. Basically, I have a... The thing is, I'm going to count the war elephants as a combination of of medieval cavalry and war elephant and elephants. So this is basically the Maratha force, a combination of musketmen and heavy cavalry. Hey, about half and half. Military tradition, let's go! Actual 15th and 16th and 16th and 19th Indian Army, well, 18th and 19th Indian Army. Alright, here's alright. Okay, first of all, let's talk about the British invasion. Let's talk about the first Anglo-Maratha War. It's important to remember that the first Anglo-Maratha War ended with at least a partial Maratha victory. It began in the same way as the other two Anglo-Maratha Wars began, with internal strife in the Peshwa's court. The British East India Company wanted control over a number of ports and islands on the coast of Maharashtra for the purpose of long-term defense of their port of Mumbai or Bombay, and initially wanted to acquire them peacefully if possible. Ultimately, though, they would find their opportunity to use military force in the region Peshwa Raghunath Rao. Raghunath Rao was the younger son of the famous Peshwa Bajirao the First, the guy who did the Shikanoko dance. And before his height of political power, he had a somewhat successful military career against several smaller Indian states. After Bajirao I died in 1740, he was succeeded by his eldest son, Balaji Bajirao, and after he died in 1761, he was succeeded by his own son and Raghunath's nephew, Madhav Rao. Now, Raghunath Rao was chosen as his regent for Madhav Rao, who was a minor at that time, and the two were at odds at each other. And after Raghunath Rao tried to conspire with the Nizam of Hyderabad against Madhav Rao, Raghunath was put on house arrest. After Madhav Rao's death in 1772, his younger brother and Raghunath's other nephew, Narayan Rao, was chosen as Peshwa. Raghunath had him assassinated in 1773. This was a failure, though, and the rest of the Maratha government turned against him, and the king chose Narayan Rao's infant son, Madhav Rao II, as the new Peshwa, while a council of 12 sentenced Raghunath to death. Raghunath fled and asked the British East India Company for help in restoring him. So basically, it started like it ended with political backstabbing. Alright, let's build a galleon. And the British were shocked at the fight the Marathas put up, initially believing that they would have an easy victory. One of the more amusing moments of the war came from the initial clash, the Battle of Adas. The Battle of Adas, when, according to one account, a unit of British grenadiers heard "right about" instead of the correct command of "right face" and retreated, throwing the British line into chaos. chaos. The conflict went back and forth, during which time the British government expressed concern about the aggression and demanded that the East India Company and the Marathas make peace. The British government established in the East India Company a new council in Bengal that took control of their operations in Bombay. The Bengal Council signed their own treaty with the Maratha government, the Treaty of Purandar, in which the Marathas would give up the island of Salsette, and the East India Company would end its support for Raghunath and end its aggression against the empire. However, in part due to the Marathas' threat to strike a deal with the French, the Bombay government refused to accept this treaty and attacked anyways. A force led by Thomas Goddard marched through the Borgat mountain pass, but ran out of supplies and found themselves surrounded by the Maratha forces at the town of Vagdown in 1779, led by the legendary general Mahadaji Shinde, forcing the British to sign a treaty of the Treaty of Vagdown, in which they would return all captured territory since the crowning of Madhavrao II. Soon after, the Bengal Council declared the treaty null and void, claiming the Bombay Council had no authority to sign it. The war continued. After a number of further clashes, both sides yearned for peace. The British throwing a tantrum and demanding lands, islands, and ports as always. Yep, the British well, I mean, why wouldn't you? I mean, look what I've done over here. A port is basically a portal, as a portal with the same route to further war. It means you can land troops more easily. Let's see. Anyways, the British knew if they fought, the British had won several important victories, but the Marathas had now formed an alliance with Hyderabad and Mysore, the other two major powers in India apart from the East India Company. The British knew that if they fought further, they would be fighting on multiple fronts, so the following Treaty of Salbai restored the status quo antebellum, although the British would still keep Salsette. Raghunath was pensioned, and Madhavrao II was recognized as Peshwa. Overall, the Marathas were able to fight off the British using deceit, crafty maneuvers, and diplomacy, but rarely won an open battle due to superior British artillery. Okay, after that, we're going to go a little bit back in time, about the British's first major entrance into warfare in India, and that being, in fact, during the 19th century and early 20th century, the United States had many failed attempts to acquire ports and islands in South America. So yeah, ports are important. Exactly. You get yourself a port. You get yourself a way in. Okay, let's see, how long does it take to plant a forest? Oh, what am I saying? It takes a pretty long time. Alright, so... Smith's Trading Company is almost done. So okay, peace treaty will last for 14 more turns. I have to wait until I'll wait quite a while before I give them another beatdown. So much fur. It looks delicious. I want furs. Chile became the world's largest producer of millions of times more saltpeter. Oh yeah, that's right. Chile actually fought a war over bat shit, right? The guano war, because guano was such a contained ingredients for saltpeter. What is the Iroquois? What are the Iroquois up to? Who here doesn't hate my guts? Unfortunately, it looks like the only way I can reliably obtain more trade resources is by giving them tech. Unfortunately, that's something I might have to do. Let me look at seriously. I want to look at what tech. They don't even have. They don't have gunpowder yet, and they don't have iron. This is and they don't have iron. This is, and they don't have saltpeter either. This is a golden opportunity. Your furs will be mine. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I'm on my way to eat your skin. Oh god, India is going to commit genocide against the Native Americans. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Would Indians do? Would the Maratha Empire have carved a path out of America and created colonies? Probably. Yeah, they definitely would have. The Marathas were brutes. But that's just how it is. Everyone was a brute back then. All right, I've got myself a fort. Fighting over who gets to keep the name Indians, exactly. All right. Oh, we've discovered a new source of iron. All right, I have plenty of that. To be honest, that would totally make sense considering. That would totally make sense considering India was known for its abundance of iron. In the future, historians, Indian historians shall deeply apologize. Shall deeply apologize for the atrocities committed against these poor islanders and play a few games at their casinos. All right. All right, now let's talk about the battle over Bengal. So the British East India Company came into India assuming they would eventually have to fight. Shall we begin work in musketmen? Yes, we shall. So the British East India Company came into India under the assumption that they would eventually have to fight. And the reason for this is not just because their goal and revenue as well as power, but because of their European rivals. So the French East India Company had an eye on the subcontinent as well. And it was actually the conflict between the two companies that led to the British conquest of Bengal. The British and French had conflicted over Bengal before, and as such, they'd striven to maintain fortifications for when war inevitably broke out again. At the same time, the British had an uneasy relationship with the Nawab of Bengal, Alwardi Khan, who allowed the British to stay in exchange for payments, but was restless because of the British insistence that they should be able to build forts, fearing that they would eventually drag Bengal into a proxy war with France, just like they had done with other rulers. When Alwardi Khan died in 1756 and was replaced with his grandson Siraj ud Dawla, things took a turn for the worse when he attacked British-controlled Calcutta. News of the attack arrived at Madras, and Colonel Robert Clive set out with 900 British soldiers and 1,500 Indian sepoys, along with 5 British warships, to fight back. This number was cut by 430 sepoys and 250 Britishers when bad weather and a lack of supplies forced them to turn back. Nevertheless, the Nawab was surprised by the effectiveness of the drilled British force and sued for peace. They had a Cold War in India at the time, the French sponsoring one kingdom and the British sponsoring the other. Exactly. That's right. All right. The crusade against the non-Hindu heathens begins. Oh, these guys got hands, but not numbers. So, the Nawab sued for peace, agreeing to restore all property taken from the British, pay compensation, and allow British traders to transport goods duty-free. But Clive wanted more. He also wanted permission from the Nawab to drive the French in Chandernagore out of Bengal, now that the 7 Years' War had started in Europe. Something that the Nawab was reluctant to do. The Nawab gave permission, but right before Clive's assault on Chandernagore, he walked it back. Clive ignored this decision and defeated the French, and the Nawab, realizing his mistake, sent a congratulatory letter to Clive. When the news of the fall of Chandernagore reached Britain, East India Company stock rose 12% in value. Can you imagine that? Nvidia stock rising 12% in value because Nvidia just conquered like freaking a giant chunk of Venezuela. The South American Nvidia company. All right, let's collect all of these furs. All right. That would be funny. Alright. What should we build? Let's build a... Let's build a cathedral. Oh, mounted warriors. Okay, for a while I thought they somehow had skipped all the way to military tradition and got cavalry and got gunpowder cavalry, but no. They have longbowmen though. That was pretty scary. Okay. I need to get rid of these longbowmen quickly. Alright, so the decision of the Nawab to allow the British to drive the French out infuriated the financial elite of Bengal, the Jagat Seth, who had loaned the French a large amount of money. Fed up with the Nawab's behavior and incompetence, they and the Bengali general Mir Jafar contacted the East India Company and invited the British to overthrow Siraj-ud-Dawla once and for all and place Jafar on the throne. Knowing that any non-aggression agreement with Ud-Dawla was no longer reliable, they agreed. So let's see. I should get some actual cavalry right now. So some modern cavalry. I mean, let's see. Okay. So war elephants in this game are not that much worse than cavalry. Cavalry are significantly stronger in terms of attack power, but war elephants are tougher. They have one additional hit point, so they're better at defense. All right. So, Clive's small, comparatively elite force of British troops and Indian sepoys met Ud-Dawla's enormous British army, Bengali army, accompanied by a few French artillery units on the battlefield. The Bengalis were accompanied by a few French artillery units. They met at the battlefield at Plassey, at the Hooghly River at June 23. The few French guns fired the first shot, and a vicious exchange between the guns of the Nawab and the East India Company proceeded, tilted heavily in favor of the significantly better trained and more accurate Britishers. Nevertheless, the British knew they were outnumbered and fell back to a sheltered position in a grove by the river. The Bengali bombardment continued until it began to rain. The British protected their gunpowder with tarpaulin, but the Bengali powder was left inert. The Bengali general Mir Muddin Khan believed that the British were in a similar state and ordered a cavalry charge. He was dead wrong, and he and his horsemen were torn to shreds by a hail of grape shot. Another conspirator against Ud-Dawla, Raja Dulab Ram, convinced the Nawab to fall back behind his entrenchment. At this point, Clive's force advanced, isolated in the Bengali left flank with artillery fire. This would have happened either way, considering it was led by Jafar. The British force enveloped the Nawab's entrenched camp and bared down on it with artillery and musket fire. Jafar held his force back, letting the fireworks continue. Realizing that under traitorous generals and a useless leader, the Bengali forces routed. Mir Jafar was proclaimed Nawab, and Ud-Dawla was executed by Jafar's son. As Jafar promised, the elephants... Yeah, unfortunately, elephants... there will still be a role for elephants as beaten and abused as temple animals. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, I'm not Hindu enough to agree with the idea of snatching elephants away from the wild, beating them and starving them, and starving them and parading them around covered in paint. All right, we have completed Smith's Trading Company. Smith's Trading Company pays maintenance calls for all trade-based improvements. Very cool. As living tractors, exactly. I forgot that this place doesn't actually have a road. I need to build some new roads. Does it? No, yeah, it has roads. Okay, I still have this old catapult. I'll better upgrade it. Alright. Oh, there's a lot of gold in this land too. Gold in the hills. I have decided to conquer the right place. Me looking at the French and the Ottomans and saying, "You're next." So as Jafar promised, he offered an enormous monetary gift to the British, both Clive himself and the company. He emptied out the royal coffers. Later on, he too would also revolt and be deposed by the British, being replaced with Mir Qasim. Mir Qasim would also revolt in the following Bengal War, where the British would face an alliance of the weakened Mughal Empire, the Bengal state under Mir Qasim, and the Kingdom of Oudh. All of them would be defeated, and it would be at this point that the British East India Company realized there were lucrative sources of revenue apart from simple duty-free trade. As the Bengal state was a client of the Mughal Empire, the company forced the emperor to agree to appoint them as Diwani, revenue minister of Bengal, allowing them to collect taxes on behalf of the emperor, with the zamindari feudal lords as the agents, and take a significant cut for themselves. This would contribute, this incompetent and inefficient tax collection would contribute to a disastrous famine in 1770, in which millions of Bengalis would die. Under the yoke of the zamindars and their British masters, the people of Bengal would suffer for over 100 years. Yeah, my model is pretty scary. I told you, as I said, I am getting a new model eventually, and unfortunately, my model does look kind of cartoonish and less uncanny, but you know what? I'm fine with that. it is really cool. The art is really good. I just don't like the rigging. I don't like the fact that my mouth can only move up and down, and I have to keep my, what is it? And I have to keep my eyes on auto blink. Alright, let's send these troops over to, what should I call this island? I'll just call it, Varanasi Island. I'll change Avaris to Varanasi. I don't think we have that as a rename. Varanasi. I don't think we have a city called that yet. Alright, I think I'm really running out of time here, so we are going to talk about, talk finally about the first Anglo-Maratha War, the second Anglo-Maratha War, the time when it really was over. When Indian independence really did come to an end. Alright, all of the furs are mine. Okay. So after the first Anglo-Maratha War, from their bases in Bengal and Bombay, the East India Company continued to expand their control over India, pressuring some states like the Kingdom of Travancore and in Kerala to peacefully become their clients, and defeating the Sultanate of Mysore in bloody battles. In 1798, the Governor-General of British India was Richard Wellesley, aka Lord Mornington. Mornington at this point was determined that the company rule the entire subcontinent. The company attempted to pressure the Maratha Confederacy into peacefully becoming their clients. And in 1802, the timing was impeccable. For at that point, the Confederacy was in a civil war, with the Peshwa Bajirao II having been driven out of his capital in Pune by Yashwantrao Holkar, the Raja of Indore, a client state of the Marathas in Madhya Pradesh. Bajirao promised a subsidiary alliance of the Maratha Empire with the company if they could put him back in office. Mornington readily agreed and forced Holkar out, and Bajirao was made Peshwa again. Things got complicated after that. Anglo-Maratha War II, more Marathian than ever, the re-up. Well, more like Anglo-Maratha War II, the Marathian conclusion. And so the Rajas of two other Maratha clients, Daulat Rao Shinde of Gwalior and Raghuji Bhonsle of Nagpur. The former Daulat Rao Shinde was the son of Mahadaji Shinde, who had defeated the British at Bagdown, while the latter, while Raghuji Bhonsle was of the same clan as Shivaji. So they were important people of great legacies, and they were both offered by the British important positions in the subsidiary alliance, but they didn't want to give in. They had no intention of letting the British be their masters, and they raised armies. Mornington decided not to bother with any further negotiations and gave military command to a certain prodigy of war, his younger brother, Major General Arthur Wellesley, who would later gain fame as the commander to defeat Napoleon at Waterloo and gain the title of the Duke of Wellington. The Second Anglo-Maratha War would begin. Ever since the rise of British India, both Maratha and East India Company tactics had evolved. Maratha tactics had previously revolved around elite cavalry forces, but thanks to the instruction of adventurers such as the French mercenary Pierre Collier-Péron, they had begun to adopt their own modern doctrines, incorporating infantry and artillery drills. Meanwhile, to account for the rough terrain and logistics issues they would face in India, the British began to rely more on cavalry, dragoons, and horse and bullock-pulled artillery. And one thing I will mention before I tell in the glorious story of how Arthur Wellesley defeated one of the most powerful empire in India. It's easy to forget, the vast majority of East India Company forces were actually North European. They were Indian. They were Indian sepoys. Major General Wellesley was in command of 3 regiments of European cavalry and 1 regiment of European infantry, as well as 200 European artillerymen, but also 5 regiments of native cavalry and 11 battalions of native infantry. This Indian presence would continue throughout Britain's wars under their independence. 2.5 million Indians would serve under the British in World War II. As one commentator said regarding on Reddit regarding whether or not Britain could hold on to India after World War II, nobody can beat us Indians in sabotaging ourselves. The war had many important engagements, but I'm going to talk primarily about one of the most amazing ones. That would be the Battle of Assaye. As a side note, George Bruce Malleson, the 19th century British writer who describes this battle, heavily bashes the incompetence of Daulat Rao Shinde, calling his qualities a far fall from the great Mahadaji Shinde who defeated the British decades earlier. He blames Daulat Rao's mistakes in not taking the opportunity to crush Holkar during his rebellion when he had it, and after Holkar marched on Pune, not marching his army to stop him. This allowed Bajirao to sign the Treaty of Passain with the British, which Malleson also calls the greatest diplomatic triumph the world had ever witnessed. It is thanks to this that the British would not have to face the united Maratha Empire. Bitch! Sorry, the furs of the animals and the scalps of the natives will be mine. I will wear your scalp and your furs as a scalp and fur with a scalp hat and a fur coat. God, I'm such a sicko. That's what happens when you play a strategy game. What's the capital, by the way? It's... Alright, I have furs. Now, who wants some furs? Who wants to trade with me now? Wow! In addition, for Peruvian wine, I'm giving them dyes, incense, furs, and a little gold. This must be Peruvian wines must be really, really good stuff. Again, that sounds so much scarier coming from your model. It really does. If I was watching this, I'd be very scared. The whole scalp thing, exactly. So, the battle of near the town of Assaye took place after Major General Wellesley captured the fort of Ahmednagar. The Marathas' strength had always been in guerrilla warfare, with the army largely consisting of irregular light cavalry that could live off the land. But with one of their most important forts captured, Wellesley had just forced them into a pitched battle, whereas better quality troops would have the advantage. At this point in 1803, Wellesley was 34 years old, and this would be the first major battle that he would lead the British in, and against a worthy foe, which included, along with their masses of only partially trained irregular cavalry and infantry, 10,000 Indian infantry trained in the modern European style, as well as over 100 modern artillery. Overall, the British were outnumbered by the Marathas 5-1. The Marathas deployed behind the river Kailna, making sure that a British frontal charge would be suicidal. But Wellesley found a ford across the river that the enemy had neglected, quickly crossing it with his army and forcing the Marathas to face him in the narrow space between the rivers Kailna and Jua, where they could not utilize the greater numbers. Okay, let me get some more pictures out. Okay, first we're going to show, I'm going to show you, this is Lord Robert Clive meeting with, meeting Mir Jafar after the Battle of Plassey. That would decide the fate of Bengal. Then after that, there is, hold on. We have the Battle of Assaye. No, this is an image. I want to see the actual, what is it? I want to show the actual battle formation. Let me see if I can get it. Battle of Assaye. Alright. Okay, so here we have it. The Battle of Assaye. Red is Wellesley's forces, and blue are the British forces, are the Maratha forces. Apparently, at this point, I didn't find it in my sources, but in the little time I had, but from the looks of it, the Maratha sources were, what is it? From the looks of it, the Maratha forces were led by a, what is it? A Hessian mercenary named Anthony Pohlman. No, not Hessian, Hanoverian. But yeah. So the Marathas bear down on Wellesley with a brutal barrage, artillery barrage. So Wellesley knew there was no going back. So Wellesley ordered a charge at the Maratha right flank in the river Kailna, by the river Kailna. The bullocks attached to the fueled British light cannons were killed by Maratha guns, and Wellesley shouted at his men to continue without them, knowing there was no going back. Thinking the British were in disarray, the Maratha cavalry charged, only realizing their mistake too late, as they were met in a bloodthirsty countercharge by the British light dragoons and the Madras native cavalry. The British infantry followed, sweeping the right flank with the bayonet charge that forced the Marathas toward the river Jua and then across the river itself. The Marathas tried to reform on the other side, but the British cavalry smashed into them before that and drove the infantry away and cut down the scattered cavalry. The people don't realize, people associate, people think that, the Indians were just gunned down by, the Indian swordsmen and elephant riders were just gunned down by British riflemen. I remember when, in this one, commentary by this one asshat named Dinesh D'Souza, who was trying to defend British colonization of India, he said, the Indians' elephants and bows were no match for the British jeeps and rifles. And no, the British, you're giving Indians not enough credit, and the British, and neither the British or Indians not enough credit. British under Arthur Wellesley was a living god of war, and the British won because they had balls of steel. The Redcoats, and by the way, their Indian Sepoy allies, fought like demons. They fought like So the British and Marathas had both learned from their shortcomings in the First War, and in their terms of military strength alone, none were ready for the next clash. But otherwise, the odds were stacked against the Confederacy. Yeah, the odds were stacked against them. The let's see. Yeah, the odds were stacked against them. The Civil War had plunged the Maratha Empire into a turmoil, guaranteeing that the ones who chose to resist would not have the manpower or logistics needed to win. But moreover, the days of great generals such as Shivaji, Bajirao I, and Madaji Shinde were over. Daulat Rao and Raghuji were simply not up to the tasks of facing prodigies of war, such as Arthur Wellesley, the future Duke of Wellington. Either way, this defeat in 1805, this is the defeat in 1805 that is popularly recognized as India's fall. Bajirao II, reinstated as Peshwa, would try to face the British again in the Third Anglo-Maratha War starting in 1817, but he would be defeated and deposed. Most of India at this point would be ruled by the British East India Company, although the last major holdout, the Sikh Empire in Punjab would hold out until 1849. So, for any Britishers watching this watching this VOD, well played. You destroyed us. You treated us like shit afterwards, but that's just how it is. We'll remember that when our immigrants conquer you from inside your borders. And there we have it. I have a business meeting in literally half an hour, so unfortunately this means I have to go. But that was wild. 6.5 hours of streaming and nerding out about Indian history. I know I put a lot of emphasis on what is it? I put a lot of emphasis on the British conquest, but that's because I'm so fascinated with, I'm a nerd about economics, politics, and the gunpowder age, so it fascinates me the most. But yeah, that was amazing. Thank you guys whoever is here, thanks so much. So thanks for coming, and expect more to come.